Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI. So at this time, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals. But from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners, but Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon, okay?
Could you elaborate on the device? You did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions, no questions right now.
The device is confirmed? Thank you all. We will see you at 11 a.m.
So Megan Robb is here, still here with me.
Trying to be brief and recap this thing if we can.
No, and we showed you some images. We were on Bourbon Street on the corner. Law enforcement has the majority of the French Quarter around Bourbon Street from Canal all the way to St. Anne blocked off right now. And now the perimeter extends not just from Bourbon So to Dauphine as they investigate what could be a suspicious package, which is, again, something that you don't hear very often in a city like this. So that's the very latest from here, Travers. And again, just a sad, I keep looking at it, the beautiful St. Louis Cathedral and in law enforcement police cruisers everywhere because of what transpired about 3 hours ago. Okay. If I keep this shot up, I gotta keep taking it.
battery going down.
What?
I'm at 40% now.
Okay. Battery.
And the car's way on the other side. You think it's time to finagle it?
So we've got to go back around the block this way. Yeah. Oh, we can go this way, right?
Yeah.
Can we park by there? All right. I'm trying to think of how long we should keep it up before.
That's what I said. You think I should just leave it and just tell them?
I
Keep
just
the beauty shot.
Yeah, keep the beauty shot. You want to go get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just talk if they need me.
All right.
Oh, Cage. You know what?
Just frame me up, just in case they take me, I can talk. And I'll just stand here, even if it's a little wider.
All right.
And I'll just, in case they take me, I'll just say something. And I'll just hold the fort.
That's why.
That's cool. I'm at, Dauphine in Orleans, because they moved us off of Bourbon. So I'm at Dauphine in Orleans. Yes. Yeah, Travers, when we came on of Bourbon in Orleans, right in front of the Tropical Isle bar, a state police trooper noticed what he felt like was a suspicious package. And obviously, because this investigation is ongoing in fluid, they moved the perimeter from Bourbon to Dauphine, so we're about a block and a half away, and they now have experts checking out what he felt like was a suspicious package, because as we learned just moments ago in that briefing, they feel like this person did have explosive devices as he tried to harm as many people as about a block behind us. But the entire French Quarter in this area, as Anam says, as you heard in that press briefing, is completely shut down. Bourbon Street, Dauphine, about 8 blocks in each direction, going from Canal all the way down to about St. Anne here. So again, a heavy police presence here, and we'll continue to monitor the situation. I did have one question for you as we are on live TV here. You and I are born and raised here. We both worked at WDSU for 20 plus years each. You have highlighted some other instances of mass carnage, and I hate to use that term, but that's what happened during Mardi Gras with Tashante Tony and Nilson Rizzuto during the Endymion parade in consecutive years. And you mentioned the FBI. Again, maybe Mike Kine can help answer this question too. When was the last time FBI took over a scene like this? Again, you've covered 20 years of news here, you know, dealing with an incident of domestic terrorism, if you can ever remember something like that, and then I'll just send it back to you. So I did it. We did the head nods and then I just did a live shot.
Gotcha.
And he's sitting on that beauty shot too.
Okay. See about it dark too. I'm gonna just wait till them. Next up. Still got the long stuff for them.
Probably gonna do it live right now. We have like a development here. If I get out the way, you can show that? All right. Yeah, we got like a little development or something here. A mobile command just got here. Yeah, okay, that's fine. If I get out the way, you show that. Okay. Yeah, you know, Travers, just to give a perspective, I referenced earlier, you and I are born and raised here. We've been working at WDSU for 20 plus years, and some of the things that we're saying right now, we've never said, and you've covered a lot, if not every single major breaking news story in this city. Obviously, the carnage, what you all have talked about, 30 plus at the hospital. Tragically, 10 people have passed away. A firefight, according to police sources, what Mike Kahn talked about, our security expert, with police, resulting in the person being killed. And yes, we are here on the scene where they're investigating IEDs. I'm going to step out of the way, and photojournalist Stefan Cage can show you what we see. We were on Bourbon Street. You see the St. Louis Cathedral in the backdrop. Some people are walking through right now. Again, some of the streets are open, and law enforcement are being very courteous to the people who don't know what's going on yet because they just got up. But again, to set the scene here, the St. Louis Cathedral, we were on Bourbon in St. Anne. A state trooper with Louisiana State Police saw a suspicious package. He called it in, and they are now investigating what they believe could be an IED. And the RV that you see with the flashing lights just arrived. That is a command center type setup that they have set up here right in front of Tropical Isle Bar on the corner of Bourbon and Orleans here in the heart of the French Quarter, is they investigate, like you said, an IED that the suspect could have brought with him when he came in here to the French Quarter on New Year's Eve around thousands of people to harm people in our city. So again, this is a situation I don't think any of us have ever seen. What's unfolding in real time, what the mayor and the police chief and our reporters and you have been laying out here. But again, a massive police presence in the French Quarter, not only NOPD and state police, wildlife and fisheries agents are here, and everywhere is blocked off. So if you had any intention of driving into the French Quarter today for any reason whatsoever, you are going to be diverted because there is nowhere to go. And what you're looking at at right now, again, a serious situation. Like the FBI said, they are investigating a suspicious package because they believe that the suspect did have some explosive devices that he brought to the French Quarter in the pickup truck that Superintendent Kirkpatrick said he used to plow down Bourbon Street earlier today. So we'll continue to follow the situation here as they have brought in specialists to investigate what is a suspicious package, and more police presence continues to come to this scene. Yeah, again, Travers, that command center did just arrive moments ago. That's why we asked for you all to come out to us. You see the St. Louis Cathedral in the background. And again, just for perspective, that is the corner of Bourbon and Orleans, right by the Tropical Isle Bar, which is a huge destination for New Year's Eve, for Mardi Gras, one of the go-to places, if you will, for people here, tourists and locals, to go big events, the heart of the French Quarter. So again, we'll continue to see what unfolds here as the investigation ramps up.
Move.
Still bodies on Bourbon Street. Fire in the hole. I'm gonna go to the other side of the street. I'm gonna shoot this over here again. Fire in the hole. I can't see anything now. What if we cross the street? I get you battery. Oh, hang on. They're coming through this thing. Battery.
Whoa, they just detonated something. Hey, no, they just detonated something.
So I need to switch.
Yeah, Travers, let me just say this. We just heard, we've been covering what was an IED situation. State police has been here, special operations. And just to bring you up to speed, not to scare anybody, we just heard fire in the hole, and we just heard a small explosion here in the French Quarter. So I'm going to walk down the street and just see what we heard here. Just stay with me here for a second. They moved the perimeter back, and this is special operations. That's the RV that you see there. We've got wildlife and fisheries and state police, and then we just heard fire in the hole. I did hear that, right? In a small explosion. Yeah. So I don't know what happened, but again, they were investigating a suspicious package on the corner of Bourbon and Orleans. Special operations is here. Bomb squad is here. We heard someone scream, fire in the hole, and then we heard a small explosion here in the French Quarter. It wasn't big enough to startle everyone, but it was clearly loud enough for everyone to hear it. So again, we'll continue to follow what is developing here as part of this. You all heard that, right? Did you hear it? No? Okay. So again, that's what we heard here just now. Just to set it up, though, you did hear the FBI investigator about an hour ago during their press briefing saying that the person that committed this domestic terrorism, they were investigating if they brought explosive devices here. About an hour ago, we heard a state trooper call in saying he saw a suspicious package, and now we have a situation here with special operations in the bomb squad, and we did hear a small detonation. It sounded almost like a firecracker going off, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions of what it could have been, what it was, but they are investigating something here, and something did just happen here in the French Quarter of a small scale. So I'll send it back to you for now and try to get some more information on that. Come to me. I don't want to tell you.
It went all the way down to 3 minutes.
The car was walking, and I'm thinking, I didn't want to tell you because it was like they're trying to get out, and I was like, okay.
We made it.
Whoa, they just detonated something. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't have any new information, but yes, I'll say what we heard, yeah. Y'all good? Yeah, it's crazy, huh? We know anything yet? No, you heard the pop though.
Yeah, they were blowing up something. They were blowing up suspicious packages.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. We did, Travers, and I'm getting a little closer right now. Sorry to bug you all as you wake up. I'm Fletcher. We're on live TV right now. You all live here right now. We're on Orleans between Dauphine and Bourbon. I'm Fletcher. What was your name? Brian.
Brian, yep. Good to meet you.
So, again, just Travers, as we watch it here, we heard fire in the hole, and then there was a small explosion.
Yes, that's exactly what I heard,
Yeah.
and that's exactly what I know.
Right.
It was more than likely they were blowing up with water cannons, suspicious packages, or backpacks, that sort of thing. Up
Right,
and down.
and that's what we heard too. I just wanted somebody else to corroborate it to make sure that this isn't a situation. You all live in the quarter here. Obviously, a tragedy unfolded on Bourbon Street. I don't know if you know about what happened. Sure. I mean, look, you live in the French Quarter. You see crazy things. It's a wild and crazy place. When tragedy strikes like this, how does that hit you?
Right now, I'm in shock, and you know, we have being in New Orleans, we have hopes of what it isn't, and that sounds crazy. But let me tell you, this is at this point, I know nothing. I know just as more. You know more than I do. I'm waking up to it, and I'm in shock.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people wake up. No, thank you too. And sorry to put you on the spot like that. But yeah, but that's the situation here, Travers. Again, there's wildlife and fisheries. There's state police. Most of the streets from Bourbon to Dauphine are blocked off. Residents are just waking up, putting on the TV, watching our coverage, watching what's going on and finding out. But again, just to kind of set the scene, what the gentleman just said and what we heard here as well, a state police trooper about 90 minutes ago saw a suspicious package. because of that, he notified Special Command, like Mike Kahn said. They brought the Special Command unit out here. They brought the bomb squads out here. Let me just point this over here now. It looks like NOPD is now rummaging through trash cans looking for maybe more suspicious packages. This is a heavy NOPD presence now, and they are now scouring the area looking for, it looks like, packages, devices, anything that looks suspicious in this area with the flashlights coming down the street, because they did. Again, we don't want to jump to conclusions. It sounded like they detonated some type of small device. We heard fire in the hole, and then we heard a small explosion here. It sounded like a loud firecracker going off here on the corner of Bourbon and Orleans. We're on Dauphine in Orleans right now. As you can see, the police with the gloves, all of them wearing gloves, all of them doing an investigation right now, all of them seeing in looking for anything suspicious here. This is clearly an investigation since they are all wearing gloves, they have their flashlights, and they're going through things with a fine-tooth comb right now. We'll stay here because this is a very active situation with what's unfolded on Bourbon Street in the casualty situation, and NOPD officers coming at us right now looking for what we suspect is more suspicious packages and devices here in the French Quarter. So again, I'll let you continue to watch as they march down Dauphine here, searching in every trash can and looking for anything suspicious right now. But we did hear a small explosion. Special operations is here, as you and Mike Kahn said, and we did hear a loud yell, fire in the hole, and then we heard a small explosion. And that is on the heels of the mass tragedy that unfolded about 3 a.m. this morning and could potentially be connected to it. And obviously that is what the investigation is leading to right now, led by the FBI, state police, and the NOPD. Travers?
See the bomb no more still on.
It's still on.
Sauce, maybe that'll.
say that again?
Hey. Hey. We got another fire in the hole, so we have another There it is again. They just blew something else.
Still, we got a robot.
Yeah, Trevor, so we just had a second explosion here in the French Quarter. They screamed fire in the hole a second time, and they detonated what sounded like another type of explosive device. You see some people from Special Operations and the bomb squad working right down the street. I think photojournalist Stefan Cage has zoomed in on them right now. So, again, just to kind of set the scene here, the FBI alluded to the fact that there was an IED type device that they were investigating because they feel like the suspect may have had that when he came into the French Quarter, do the harm that he did. A state police trooper called in a suspicious device. We were clear off of Bourbon Street. We're on Dauphine right now in Orleans. About 5 minutes ago, we heard the bomb squad scream, fire in the hole, and we heard what sounded like a firecracker going off. And just about 30 seconds ago, or about 30 seconds before you came to me, we heard it again. Another fire in the hole and another detonation, which sounded like a firecracker going off. These aren't huge detonations. Some of the residents that live here are actually out watching right now, following what's going on. There were people on the balconies earlier, but again, because of this investigation leading to potential IEDs in the French Quarter, we have seen police doing massive sweeps here with the gloves, searching trash cans, searching under cars, everywhere here in the French Quarter. Teams of police officers, we showed you that live on TV, coming through looking for suspicious packages or anything out of the ordinary. They seem to have found one right on the corner of Bourbon in Orleans, right by the Tropical Isle Bar, which is a huge landmark for people wanting to party during Mardi Gras, New Year's Eve, other events in the French Quarter. But again, we have heard 2 small detonations from the Special Operations RV that came onto the scene down the street that you're looking at right now, and we'll continue to follow and monitor the situation here.
my battery's gonna die here. It's like,
One mark, one up. This is because
I got two, but one's dead and the other one's about to go. If I could just get like a little towel in a few minutes. Can you just leave it here for a little bit? Like just the rest of it here. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's charging now. Thank you. Head nod. Wait, hang on, sorry.
Yeah, Travers, about 2 hours ago, we were with Louisiana State Police on Bourbon Street. We're on Bourbon in Orleans. We're now on Dauphine in Orleans. And just to set the scene, photojournalist Stefan Cage is going to shoot down Dauphine going towards Canal Street. You can see we're not on Bourbon Street. We're a block off of Bourbon. This is Dauphine. And for 2 or 3 blocks, you can see nothing but police cruisers completely shut down. If he comes back to his left here, you can see the opposite direction going towards Esplanade in the lower quarter. The perimeter has been extended even further. Again, we're on Dauphine. We're not on Bourbon Street. More police cruisers, more blocks shut off. If you're coming to the French Quarter or need to come to the French Quarter for any reason this morning, you probably want to avoid it because of what went on. Now Stefan's going to shoot back down Orleans towards the St. Louis Cathedral, and you'll see a special operations unit. A state police trooper about 90 minutes ago noticed a suspicious package. He called it in immediately. That's when we were moved off of Bourbon Street, and that's when special operations showed up. That's when the bomb squad showed up. Within the last 30 minutes, we have heard 2 different times fire in the hole, and we have heard small explosions. It sounds like they're detonating something. It sounded like a firecracker. There was definitely a detonation. Whether they are just detonating a suspicious package, Mike Kahn can give more insight into that. And then we have also seen heavy police presence of, we showed you that on live TV, police officers sweeping the quarter here, looking in every trash can in the French Quarter, under cars, and it is definitely an investigation that they are looking for IEDs or some type of device that may have been left by the suspect, or they fear may have been left, because they had on gloves for an investigation, flashlights, going through trash cans and looking under cars, potentially for more suspicious devices after the tragedy that unfolded with the driver and the firefight and all of the other things that you have been reporting on and our team has been reporting on. It's quiet right now. Some residents are waking up, coming out, finding out what's going on and seeing what's happening in their neighborhoods. But that's the latest from here. With the St. Louis Cathedral is a backdrop. Chaos in the French Quarter this morning and right now as the investigation unfolds and more information starts to become available. But what I can tell you, fire in the hole twice, 2 small detonations, special operations here, and they are obviously, my assumption is, and I hate to make assumptions in a situation like this, but I will anyway, is that they were detonating a suspicious package or packages that they found. But Mike Kahn can certainly give more insight on that.
send the clip? Aaron. Sorry. Yes, I'm here at Cage. We heard him scream fire in the hole. So you hear the pop, and then you see like smoke and a fly. If they can roll on TV1, he says he can feed it back. Yeah, I'm a TVU1, and just call me and he'll feed it, or just text me and I'll feed it back. Okay. All right. Aaron, what's up? Okay. He's gonna send the clip back. And again, it's just a shot up down the street, and then you'll hear the pop, and you'll see some smoke. I think they just detonated a suspicious device. But he's gonna cue it up. Quiet.
Whoa, they just detonated something. Hey, no, they just detonated something.
Shock. And we have being in New Orleans, we have hopes of what it isn't, and that sounds crazy, but let me tell you, this is at this point I know nothing. I know just as more more than I do. I'm waking up to it, and I'm in shock.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people wake up. No, thank you too. Again, sorry to put you on the spot like that. But that's the situation here, Travers. Again, there's wildlife and fisheries. There's state police. Most of the streets from Bourbon to Dauphine are blocked off. Residents are just waking. I know. Hey. We got another fire in the hole, so we have another There it is again. They just blew something else. Travers, we heard a second explosion here a few minutes ago in the French Quarter. Obviously, we've been following the situation here on Orleans in Bourbon in Dauphine. That's where we are right now. A massive police presence. All of the streets in this area completely shut down. And as we told you in our last live shot, the state police trooper saw a suspicious device. They then called special units to come out. That's what you see right now. That's the RV that you and Mike Kahn told us is their special unit command. The bomb squad was here twice. We heard fire in the hole, and then we heard a detonation. Again, I don't want to jump to any conclusions or talk about things that we are not experts on, but listening to Mike Kahn, that certainly sounds like they were detonating the suspicious device that they had found here in the French Quarter. And then we also saw police scouring the area, going through all the trash cans, looking under cars for what appeared to be more suspicious devices because of what unfolded in this area. So again, we'll continue to monitor the situation here. Again, the entire French Quarter is basically blocked off. There's people walking through the French Quarter because they work in this area, or they're walking their dogs because they live here. But driving in the French Quarter right now is almost impossible in every single direction. Dauphine, Bourbon, as far as you can see, from Canal Street, well past St. Anne, going towards Esplanade, from Canal Street to the lower quarter, it is pretty much locked down here right now. But yes, they investigated suspicious devices, and we will get an update. But there were two explosions. I hate to call them explosions, but two popped fireworks that special units seem to have detonated suspicious devices here that they had found. They didn't do an all clear. They didn't clear the area any further. There hasn't been a sense of panic here amongst anybody. So it seems like normal procedure, what they're doing here right now, going through the steps of finding a suspicious device and potentially detonating it to make sure that everything is safe and secure. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't know we were on. I was like, come to like, so that clip went back.
I think so. Yeah.
Cage. Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready. Cage.
They still ask.
Oh, the special operations truck's leaving. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Travers, again, we're showing you right now, that's a shot of the Special Command Unit. The NOPD Special Operations Unit is now pulling out of this area. So you can see the way that they're going. This is Dauphine Street going towards Canal. You can see the large buildings in downtown New Orleans. The command is pulling out. All of the streets going towards Canal Street on Dauphine are completely blocked down. We're still here. I can still see police tape. Look. Stefan Cage, our photojournalist, is going to get a shot of the police tape. That is just where they found a couple of suspicious devices. This is about 90 minutes, 2 hours ago. We were on Bourbon Street, Bourbon in Orleans, when a state police trooper found what he felt like were some suspicious devices. They notified the bomb squad. Special operations came out, and it sounded to me like they were detonating those devices to make sure that there was nothing more serious there. There was never a sense of panic. There was never a sense of clear the entire area. We did hear fire in the hole, a loud yell, once and then a pop, and then about 10 minutes later, again, fire in the hole and another pop that sounded like a firework. And now that the special operations truck is gone, you can see the police tape there where they found those devices. We've also seen a heavy police presence scouring the streets here, looking through trash cans, looking under cars, searching for anything out of the ordinary, because as the FBI officer in charge said, they believe that the suspect may have had IEDs, which is something it's almost unfathomable to believe that we're talking about a horrific situation, and on the heels of that, IEDs potentially laid out throughout the French Quarter. Again, heavy police presence in this area. You see the police cruiser right there, not just on Bourbon Street, but on Dauphine. Anyone needing to get into the quarter, it's almost impossible right now. So there are people walking right now. We just saw a Notre Dame fan doing his morning walk. So people can walk through areas of the quarter, but driving down here and maneuvering down here is very difficult right now. But it does seem that there's at least some type of, I don't want to call it an all clear, but a clear situation from the suspicious device that they found about 2 hours ago. Special operations was here. It seems like everything is secure, at least in this area right now, as they continue to investigate, which is just a heinous crime that you all have been reporting on and our team has been reporting on all morning. Yeah, of course, downtown New Orleans, right across from City Hall. We were young children at the time, but it's one of those news stories and events that people talked about for a very long time. Another horrific on how quiet the quarter was and how eerie and strange it was this morning and is right now. The last time I remember seeing anything like this was the COVID Mardi Gras of 2021, when Mayor LaToya Cantrell and city leaders decided not to have Mardi Gras, and to make sure that there was nothing out of the ordinary, there was a large police presence in the French Quarter, making sure that everyone was safe in following the rules during the pandemic. That's almost what it feels like right now. Again, streets blocked off, police cruisers on every corner, heavy police presence investigating right now. It's something no one wanted to see, to ring in the new year with hope and prosperity and hopefully a brighter future, knowing that the Super Bowl is on the horizon, a great Sugar Bowl tonight, Mardi Gras coinciding with the Super Bowl coming up, and we start 2025 in horrific fashion with images that are hard to kind of wrap your head around, things that are hard to wrap your around. Unfortunately and tragically, 10 people killed, 30 plus injured, searching for IEDs in the French Quarter. I mean, these are things that it's kind of hard to fathom that it's reality, but it is. And law enforcement is being very vigilant right now, making sure that nothing else happens as our city tries to show that we are capable of keeping people safe and hosting big events.
well, but I don't know if I'm staying until 10 o'clock at night. You know? So, okay. Yeah, I mean, we're here. Like I said, I'm wide awake right now. We're fine. So, do I? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. Yeah, yeah, fine. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, which truck? Oh, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, that fucking they're like getting right on that. And so that's what. Well, no, we were reporting it. I was just here. They just detonated too. You know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. What's the phone? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Okay. I'll look at it. Yeah. Do what? Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things to be sure for, obviously. I mean, not like just being involved with or being for all the people. You know, like, yeah, that those hands you can go, you can get this stuff.
too.
Good job.
Thank you.
You turn, get like off that sun.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Man, I'm just now getting up. I own
Yeah, no,
729.
yeah. So they, guy drove down Oak Street, went around the bollards, and hit 30 people, killed 10. Got out the car and got into a firefighter police, shot 2 police officers and they killed 10. And then they detonated him from the dawn. Some homeless that has homemade IEDs and they actually detonated a suspicious package right in front of the block. So yeah. Oh yeah, you want to do a first whip right now? Okay, yeah, we'll do it right now. Let's go. Okay.
I need to charge it back if you don't mind.
Thank you, man.
No problem.
Appreciate it. All right. Yes, I'll do it right now. Okay. All right, I've got to do a whip for first here. Let's see. Let me just show like bag, this. Is that what we're doing? Just trying to walk and tell them what happened. All right, okay.
Okay, is that cool? I think they're rolling back there. Okay. All right, 3, 2, and 1. I'm Fletcher Mackel here in the French Quarter of New Orleans. It is completely shut down because of the sad, tragic situation that has unfolded here on New Year's Day 2025. I'm going to step out of the shot, and you can see down the street. This is Dauphine, where 1 block off of Bourbon Street, all the way down to downtown New Orleans is completely blocked off. Law enforcement officials are still canvassing the area. 30-plus people in the hospital, sadly 10 dead. NOPD is still scouring the area for what they believe could be IEDs. We're talking about explosive devices possibly planted here in the French Quarter of New Orleans. It is a very crazy... Just make sure she's rolling on that.
Hey, this is Fletcher. I'm on TV1. They want me to do a first whip. Can you roll on that? Okay, cool deal. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Get the headache here. All right.
All right, is that good, Cage? All right, 3, 2, and 1. I'm Fletcher Mackel here in the French Quarter in New Orleans. A very tragic situation unfolding on New Year's Day 2025. 30-plus injured, 10 killed as a driver plowed down Bourbon Street. He then engaged in a fire police officer, shooting 2 police officers, and then being killed on the scene. Police are also... All right, 3, 2, and 1. I'm Fletcher Mackel here in the French Quarter of New Orleans. A very tragic scene 2025. Of course, 30 people... All right, 3, 2, and 1. I'm Fletcher Mackel here in the French Quarter in New Orleans. In 2025, started in horrific fashion here in New Orleans. 30-plus people injured, 10 dead.
Been a long morning so far.
Okay. right, 3, 2, and 1. I'm Fletcher Mackel here in the French Quarter of New Orleans. 2025 starts in sad, tragic, horrific fashion in our city. 30 plus injured, 10 dead as a driver plows down Bourbon Street. He then engages in a firefight with police officers, injuring 2 police officers. We are told that the suspect died on the scene. They are now canvassing the French Quarter of New Orleans, looking in trash cans and under cars for IEDs. It's hard to even fathom that we're saying that in New Orleans, searching for explosive devices that the suspect could have left in and around one of the most historic neighborhoods in the United States of America. I'm going to step out of the scene right now. You can look down the street. We're on Dauphine, 1 block off of Bourbon Street, which is one of New Orleans' most famous streets. Dauphine, Bourbon, and all the major arteries of the French Quarter. Heavy police presence, completely shut down right now. The 91st Sugar Bowl kicks off later tonight, Notre Dame in Georgia. New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl 59 in about 6 weeks, so it is a very trying time here in the city of New Orleans. The biggest events in the Big Easy marred right now to start 2025 by this tragic situation that is unfolding right now.
are close. Hey.
Like they, we walked down the street, looked like they had like a package that they took one down about 3 blocks down. It's like,
Shit. Yeah, they were going through the trash cans, under the cars, looking for like suspicious. And then they had that special command unit. And there was 2 pops. So it sounds. The guy said, he goes, I think it's just they find something suspicious and they do like a safe detonation. He said, to make sure that it's like nothing. And I was like, oh, okay. So crazy. I know. Crazy. So. God, I need some coffee here.
yeah,
Over here.
yeah.
You trying to get down to the
I just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
And I've been going to watch the news, but you watch the news already, man.
Yeah, I've been up for a couple hours. Longer.
I don't know how long they're gonna have road street.
You got a charger, huh? Nothing, same old, same old.
Yes. Yes. I hear you. Okay, no problem.
Coming to us. Daryl, then they're going to come back.
Come on, Duke Cage, we'll do this. You know.
Keep showing that. You want to come this way? We can shoot the, you know. Show the cathedral, the tape.
Okay.
Okay, here we go, Daryl. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, and again, let me just tell you right now, it looks like the quarter may actually be opening up a little bit for the first time in hours. Taxi cab driving right now. Resident in a car driving right now. So it does appear that the state police and the NOPD are potentially, just based on some of the traffic patterns that I'm seeing, are opening up the quarter just a little bit right now. We do have some more police cruisers coming through. We're on Dauphine. If photojournalist Stefan Cage goes to his left, you'll see St. Louis Cathedral. Right on the other side, of course, Jackson Square. And this is really a sad sight. You see the St. Louis Cathedral. You see the beautiful shot of the French Quarter looking down Orleans, right here at Dauphine towards Bourbon. And then you see the police tape there. The reason the police tape is up is because of what you alluded to, Travers, that the ongoing investigation here, the FBI said they were searching for IEDs, which is hard to wrap your head around. We're talking about IEDs. We normally hear about that, about conflicts in other countries, and we're talking about an IED search in the French Quarter because there were reports that the suspect may have planted those devices in the quarter. The Special Operations Unit came to Bourbon and Orleans, where you're looking right now. There was a suspicious package here. 2 different times we heard fire in the hole and we heard a detonation. 2 different times. It sounded like a loud firecracker going off. Icon can give you more perspective on this, but what some of the people here told us is that is a precaution. They're detonating the suspicious package to make sure that it isn't anything more grave or a dire. There was never a sense of panic in law enforcement. There was never a sense of clear the entire area. We had to move one block back. But as of right now, large portions of the French Quarter completely closed off to driving traffic. People can walk through this area and people can walk around, but there is no driving in this area of the French Quarter right now. We also saw police officers doing sweeps, searching each and every trash can, gloves, flashlights, looking for more suspicious packages as well here in the French Quarter. I will say the police presence has dissipated a little bit over the last 20 or 30 minutes, and it does appear potentially, I don't want to put anything out there that we don't know for sure, but it does appear that the quarter is loosening up a little bit. There's more media here now. Some cars are being able to drive through, and as people wake up and get out, they are definitely walking through this area on Dauphine Street right now. Okay, cool.
How you doing? Good shot, Matthew? Yeah. It was a truck. They've already confirmed that one, yeah. The white truck, the F-150 truck. Yeah. F-150. Yeah, it's like an F pickup truck that crashed into that crane or whatever. And then they found like something detonated, some kind of like a firecracker. Suspicious, you know, i.e. here. Yeah. Happy New Year. Yeah. Sounds crazy. Yeah. No, 10 people, 30 injured, 10 dead. Yeah, Bourbon, Italy means they found a suspicious, state police found a suspicious package or what looked like a suspicious box, and they call like special operations and the bomb squad, and then they were firing the hole twice, and you heard like sound like a firecracker. So, and that's when they had the police take up there right now. That's what they did.
Oh, gee. Any idea what's going on?
Some guy passed his truck.
That was last night. Morning? Oh, they blew up a suspicion. Oh, Lord.
Okay. So the streets are opened up here, it looks like. So they opened up Dauphine. You want to cross on this side then? Okay, here we go. Yeah, they did. 2 Trevors, but let me start with this. An update on traffic here. Dauphine is open right now. So traffic in the French Quarter, I don't want to say is getting back to normal because what happened on Bourbon Street and what's going on there is certainly not normal. But Dauphine was completely shut down all the way from Canal to St. Anne going towards Esplanade. Traffic can now, I'm standing in the street. There's no traffic coming right now, but traffic can come down Dauphine. We can see cars coming at us right now. Dauphine has reopened, so it does seem as if some parts of the quarter are getting back to normal, at least from a driving standpoint. People can walk through this area, and getting to Bourbon Street is still blocked off, but they are opening up other arteries here in the French Quarter. Again, Dauphine has been completely blocked off for the last several hours. It is now open. There's still a police cruiser down there, but beyond the police cruiser, you can see cars going down Dauphine Street. It does seem as some of the traffic restrictions are loosening up here in the French Quarter, but not on Bourbon Street. Photojournalist Stefan Cage is going to come back to his left here. Just like you said, again, this is an iconic shot of our city. That's the St. Louis Cathedral, arguably the most visible symbol of the city of New Orleans, right on the other side, Jackson Square. There's police tape in this shot as well, because early this morning, I'd say around 6:30 a.m., we got out here about 4:30. About 6:30 a.m., a state police trooper said that he noticed a suspicious package. Well, he phoned it in. They sent special operations out here. They sent the bomb squad out here. They cleared us off of Bourbon Street, moved us back a block to Dauphine, and then locked down Dauphine. Well, then they detonated. We assume they detonated, and I hate to make assumptions, but I think it's a fair assumption. Somebody with the special unit screamed, "Fire in the hole," and we heard what sounded like a firework. Then about 10 minutes later, we heard "Fire in the hole" again, and then another detonation. And now they have crime scene tape up where they detonated, or what we believe is the area they detonated those suspicious devices, and that area is completely blocked off right now, and we can't go past those cruisers. But again, it's a chaotic scene that you see here, just because you see this beautiful, iconic shot of the St. Louis Cathedral, and then right in front of it, chaos and a chaotic scene. We all know what took place on Bourbon Street, and the fact that they're, detonating IEDs or suspicious devices here in the French Quarter, and they are sweeping the area for more suspicious devices. Again, like you all have been saying, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around that this is happening in our beautiful city, but such is reality as we start 2025. You want to go closer, Cage? Is that okay? Process. What do you think? Yes, I hear you, Joe. This is Fletcher in New Orleans. How are you? Okay. Check, check. Hello, this is Fletcher in New Orleans. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, coming to us next. All right. So again, to follow up on the report that you just had, on top of what happened on Bourbon Street with all of the people hit and the people killed in the firefight between the suspect and the police officers, the FBI agent at the briefing this morning mentioned that there may have been IEDs planted around the historic French Quarter. I'm going to step out of the way because we are on Bourbon Street. The police tape that you see right now is the corner of Bourbon and Orleans here in the historic French Quarter, just behind Bourbon Street, 1 block away, is the historic St. Louis Cathedral. About 2 hours ago, a Louisiana state trooper said that he found a suspicious package here on the corner of Bourbon and Orleans. They called the NOPD Special Operations. They came out, and within the course of 10 minutes, we heard 2 different times, fire in the hole and a small explosion. Then about 5 minutes later, we heard one more time, fire in the hole and a small explosion. Since then, they have put police tape up around the entire area. We have also seen police officers canvassing this area as well, searching in trash cans, searching under cars, going through everything, looking for anything suspicious. On our live coverage right now, we have a former SWAT team commander on set, and he says this is normal procedure when they find a device to detonate it to make sure that it doesn't cause any larger harm. But that's what's happening here right now. Not only did we deal with the horrific accident, horrific tragedy, not accident, horrific accident this morning, in tragedy this morning, but now they are scouring the French Quarter looking for IEDs. Again, as someone who's born and raised in New Orleans, who has covered news and sports here for 20 years, this is an unprecedented situation at the biggest time of year for tourism. New Year's Eve, Sugar Bowl tonight, and the French Quarter is empty, and people in the city right now have far more questions than answers as to what happened, why, and what's next. Yeah, so that's a great question. So the French Quarter, for perspective, is 10 blocks by 7 blocks, so 70 blocks total. It goes from Canal Street to Esplanade. It runs the length of the Mississippi River. Canal Street is the 100 block. That's the very beginning of Bourbon Street. That is where the truck plowed through the first block of Bourbon Street. We're about 6 blocks away from that, 6 city blocks. So this is a little further into the heart of the French Quarter, about the midway point of the French Quarter, the St. Louis Cathedral in Jackson Square. The St. Louis Cathedral is obviously maybe the most iconic building in New Orleans. Jackson Square is one of our famed areas and big landmarks. So we're about 6 blocks in from where the tragedy took place this morning, and police officers firefighters have been in this area everywhere, again, going through garbage cans, and they did find what they believe was a suspicious device and then called the bomb squad. And then again, 2 different times we heard fire in the hole and what sounded like fireworks going off, as we believe, and I hate to make assumptions in a case like this, as we believe they were safely detonating that suspicious package. Streets in the French Quarter, I will tell you right now, are starting to open. They had about a 15-block radius completely blocked off. Bourbon, Dauphine, some of the larger arteries here in the French Quarter, some of them are finally starting to open, but Bourbon Street, will show you again, has the police tape, is completely shut down for almost all 10 blocks, from Canal Street at the start, going all the way to Esplanade. And again, what you're looking at right now is smack dab in the middle, in the heart of the French Quarter, about 6 blocks away from where the truck hit people and that firefight happened in the 100 block earlier this morning. Again, I know they're going to do another briefing at noon Eastern Time, 11 Central Time. I don't know if it is tied to this investigation. All we know is that a state trooper found a suspicious package. They called the bomb squad, and they handled it using their normal procedures. Was it related to the incident in tied to that? Again, the mayor, the police superintendent, and the FBI agent didn't take any questions, as they said it is still a very active, fluid situation, and they didn't want to say anything and speak out of turn. So I think we're going to have a lot more information coming up. But there is a sense of vigilance here in hypersensitivity, looking for what is suspicious packages all throughout the quarter, because once the FBI said that, I think it put the local law enforcement authorities on high alert. And we've never seen an investigation taken over this quickly by the FBI. So I think that had everyone, again, at a heightened sense of awareness. So I can't say for certain that this was tied directly to that, but it was tied to it, at least on the periphery. Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you.
Alvin. He's like, I'm just waking up. We're probably going to Sugar Bowl. Telling him right now, we ain't going to Sugar Bowl, dude. Me and Cage have been out here since 4 a.m.
Oh man. He just woke up. Ain't no Sugar Bowl, man. Play the game with an empty stadium.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, head nod. Okay. All right. Should we go back to the car and chill, or should we come here? What do you think? Let's see what the text is.
Got a beauty shot.
Yeah, it's a pretty shot. Yeah. Let me just leave this here.
Yeah. Is he going to tell us to get out of here? They want us to move back further? Oh, they're talking to that guy. Okay. You want to get on this side again? You want to stay right here? Okay. Okay. I think the batteries are dying on this.
They are?
They're flashing red.
The newest people, you have an idea how I can get to the cathedral, this way or that way?
I would go right and go down a few blocks and then back around.
Right? He told me to go left. Go right.
Go this way.
You're Travis, right?
Gotcha.
You look the same except for the head.
Do you understand that we are just across the border?
I'm not going to comment on any specific call. I've contacted every agency that does a building call in the state. We're all coordinating to get to the clear facts.
Can you say if he was a foreigner or if he was a domestic?
But I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts and numbers. Again, I'm not going to comment until I speak to the group. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to FBI, NSC, and then gathered all the time and phone all the time. Thank you.
You know you're next year.
Way down there. I'm trying to get there so I can see what you see.
Thanks for checking in, Mary. Appreciate you guys reaching out more than you ever know. Make sure that I was safe and I was okay. I had a lot of friends who were around the country.
That's what you doing.
I was the first call this week, so it really just shows you how thankful you are for this new year. Sorry, I guess I don't realize it, and
I know. I had to clean one. That one guy that I called,
Queen Edge. I think the guy got his own on the way.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, right there by, over that FBI one that has that white shirt on?
Yeah.
Clearer, I guess. hours all the way up when you do that? No. I threw out. Let's brighten up. That's pretty light sensitive, this camera. I'm not always it's just that freaking key. What's your room back there? included in front of them.
Oh man.
No, that's what I thought, but maybe.
No, maybe.
Sorry for the confusion. I saw a sign here, and I didn't know that on the other side of the mail, it turns into a
IFB situation. Yeah. That can connect to my phone. My headphones. iPhone.
With the lightning or USB-C?
With the lightning.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got what you mean.
Thank you. Yeah, my wireless. My headphones that I typically use.
Yeah.
My case, I left it on the plane, so I can't charge it.
No, I found some headphones
Yeah.
on the table. It's cool table. Yeah.
No, not headphones. Like, just the case. I have my headphones. Basically, I was just listening to them, and then, I don't know, walked off, didn't check. Yeah.
Down, right?
Yes.
I have it down the hole.
Got everything.
I got it down the hole.
Yep.
Oh, true.
I was gonna say, as soon as they see me in front of the camera, they're gonna. So. Yeah. Totally cool.
You might be in this one too.
Do I need my AirPods?
Yeah, you're right. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, sorry for not getting up till a little bit later. I just did not expect this at all today. Yeah, thank you. You know, it's... Yep. Okay. Don't plug it in yet. Just like, yeah. Okay. Okay. That's a smart idea. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk. Yep. Did Johnny say? Is it just me? Okay, sounds good. Yep. Sabrina's here too if we want to bring her in. I'm thinking the same exact thing, Bobby. Thinking the same thing.
I can just use the one mic.
Well, we're just gonna. I don't know if you're going. Okay, let's just do this. We'll do this way then. I'll go in this one because these are my bites. I'll intro these, and then Sabrina will take the next live hit. All right, sweet. Do we, Johnny? Whoever can hear me? Do we know what order the sound bites are in? Okay.
Yeah, I said that to Shay. But,
Okay, perfect.
yeah, like, who's other what's it called, number in that?
Sounds good. Thank you. Awesome. That was perfect. Thank you. That really helped a lot. Sweet.
Is she gonna need that sound?
We are ready out here. Thank you. Sounds good.
Well, Samantha's in, so I'll just record it. Yeah, I'll just record it with her. I'd probably give her 4 just to be safe if possible. But yeah, if we can do the security block here, and then I'll roll with that. Thank you.
Yes, Trisha, we're staying at the Sheraton. It's right down the street, right here on shut down right now. We see different police out here, state police, local police. We also saw some FBI agents as well walking out of here recently. As of right now, in terms of details, we're still trying to learn more information in terms of 10 dead, over 30 injured as of right now. In terms of the game, you mentioned it there, we have no word on that. But right now, I've just been talking with some different people out here right by the scene. Walking around, all you see is people in Notre Dame and Georgia gear. You can tell a lot of fans made the trip down to New Orleans for this game and now are waking up to this shocking and terrible news. I had a chance to speak with some of these Notre Dame fans who made the trip down here, including people from Indiana, as well as also a student at Notre Dame, just describing the type of tragedy they woke up to and just how shocked they are to see something like this. And of course, of everyone I've talked to, just waking up, it's the same thing. It's just, dozens of text calls from loved ones, making sure they're okay in this type of situation. Hearing from people that maybe went to bed early last night but had a loved one who stayed out a little bit later, making sure they're okay, they got back safe. But still, Tricia, this is just one of those situations where it's ongoing. We're trying to learn more information. Haven't heard much from the Sugar Bowl in terms of what will happen with the game, but as of right now, we're just kind of talking with people and just kind of making sense of what's just happened. Yeah, Tricia, so the way that New Orleans is set up down here, it's all pretty close to each other. It's about less than a mile to my right, or over there to get to the Caesars Superdome where the game is scheduled to be played, and then over to my left, couple blocks that way, that's where the Notre Dame players are staying, and in fact the Georgia players are staying even a little bit closer in the Marriott right over to my left as well. So it's all just right down here. It's not very far, less than a mile, a couple blocks here, a couple blocks there. This is one of those situations where it's not all spread out. Everything's kind of right on top of each other in terms of that. So when you're seeing people walk around, I think I saw some Georgia players leave the hotel room. It's just kind of been one of those situations where everyone's right here, right where it happened. And I do want to say that, even last night we saw a heavy police presence because of the New Year's holiday. We know people were going to be out, but still just one of those situations that you can never even imagine. Sounds good. Whew. All right. Okay.
Get different sound bites?
Yeah, if you could get some different sound bites. I need some water or something.
Oh, yeah, I need to go get some too.
We're going to grab a suit jacket, so I'm going to pull down here.
Yeah.
I'm going to do actually 5 minutes.
Okay, they don't know when we're going to go live the next time, or are they going to tell us?
They'll let us know, but I'm guessing not for a little while. Not like the next 5 minutes, basically.
Okay.
Because we're just doing live cut-ins right now.
Yeah. And it's just Trisha?
Just Trisha on the desk, just kind of like doing everything.
What's going on? Okay.
She also, shouting you out saying that you're safe and everything on TV, so I'll let you know that. Yeah, all right, I'll be right back. If you can get some other man on the streets, just,
Cool. That's fine. We're just here. Just let me know. Okay. All right, they said they're coming back to us in a minute here. Okay. Yes, I hear you okay, yes. I am. I am from New Orleans. Yeah, it does. Look, I've been at WDSU for 20 plus years, and we've never covered anything like this. We have a city that is beautifully messy at times, and we deal with a lot of chaotic situations here. We have a massive crime issue, but we have so much history and culture, but nothing like this. An act of domestic terrorism where the FBI has taken over, where 30 people were injured, 30 plus people were injured on Bourbon Street. 10 people have died. They're searching the French Quarter for IEDs. We heard a couple of explosions this morning as police canvassed the area. We were supposed to start 2025 with the Super Bowl in 6 weeks, the Sugar Bowl tonight, a new start, a new year. So many people optimistic on a beautiful day, unfortunately filled with just a horrific tragedy that is like nothing we have ever seen here before, personally or professionally. Yeah, so early this morning when we got out here, we met a woman who was crying on the corner saying, you know, my family was here, my friends were here, I hope that they're okay. And we've had people coming down wondering about the people that they were with and is everyone okay. I am going to step out of the shot here, and our photojournalist is going to get a shot, because sometimes they say, you know, pictures say 1,000 words. And you asked me about being from New Orleans. You're looking at the St. Louis Cathedral. That is the most iconic structure in New Orleans. On the other side is Jackson Square. This is why people come here, to see this culture, to see this history, to see these beautiful buildings. And this is like something out of a nightmare or a movie or a TV show, right in front of the most iconic building in our city. It's filled and littered with police tape right now. In the most popular street in the city is empty right now, and all the businesses are closed because of this horrific tragedy. So to me, this sums up everything right now. The St. Louis Cathedral, unfortunately, though, in the foreground, you have 3 blocks of police tape and law enforcement officers everywhere still canvassing the scene because they want to make sure that there are no IEDs like the FBI said. I mean, for people that live here and for local media, we see you all covering that. Around the world in conflict areas and in war zones, you hear about IEDs and you hear words, you know, like ISIS and tied to ISIS and things like that. That's not something we hear on the local level here, but that's our reality this morning as we wake up and deal with this and we see these images. And as new information comes in, it just, it truly is a real life nightmare that has no end in sight right now. Yeah, so we have the Sugar Bowl is still going to be scheduled and played tonight, and they are changing some of the security policies and procedures there as we speak at a heightened sense of threat level or security. So the Sugar Bowl between Georgia and Notre Dame is still going to go on as scheduled, 8:45 Eastern time, 7:45 local time. New Orleans is hosting a record-tying Super Bowl in 6 weeks. Super Bowl 59 is coming up in our city. We've had law enforcement leaders and elected leaders now talking about doing more in working with federal agencies to make sure that something like this can't happen again. The crazy thing is that there is always a ton of law enforcement on Bourbon Street. One of the things New Orleans does well is big events, Mardi Gras, New Year's Eve, like last night, because that's one of the things, just for perspective. New Orleans is an all-night city. Bars here don't close at 2 a.m. 3 a.m. when that incident happened on Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve, it was as packed as it has ever been. So that affects the people here because we take for granted sometimes that we do these big events well and we're safe, and that's our time to shine. So when something like this happens, it hits the locals, it hits the tourists. The businesses are all closed right now. This is going to be one of their busiest days of the year. All the iconic restaurants and bars and tourist venues are now closed along Bourbon Street and in large parts of the French Quarter because of this. So this is affecting a lot of people, the ripple effects, because of this terrible, horrific tragedy that unfolded early this morning. All right, let's see, what do we got now here? Gauge, where do we have? Who's texting us here? I check and see. Okay, you too. All right. Gotcha, Chloe. I gotcha, Chloe. Yeah, I hear you. The FBI evidence response team. That's cool because I can tell you the FBI evidence response team is also here.
This is crazy, huh?
Yeah.
So crazy.
I know.
You know, last night we woke up at 3 o'clock and heard that big old up.
So we were here when they detonated it.
Okay. Okay, no problem.
That wasn't there earlier.
No, that's some of the stuff they
blew up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got all kinds of people here. Okay. All right, here we go. I'll make sure that Gabe's okay. All right. All right. Yeah, hurry up before they leave. Okay. Okay. So, Gina, you're right. They detonated two types of explosives today. We think that they found some suspicious packages and that they detonated them in a safe way. I'm going to step out of the way right now to show you. The FBI is on the scene. Photojournalist Stefan Cage is going to zoom in. And this is called the FBI Evidence Recovery Team. They're wearing, you can see the footing that they're wearing right now, or at least some of them, is to protect this scene. So a lot of the people that we're seeing here with the FBI in this evidence recovery team are wearing what looks like doctor's shoes and in gloves, I assume, to make sure that they don't tamper in any way with this scene. Now, let me tell you about this scene. We're here at Bourbon in Orleans, right in front of Tropical Isle Bar, of course, a landmark on Bourbon Street, a big party area, as everybody knows. We're in the shadow of the St. Louis Cathedral, and this is also if Stefan Cage can get that far on his extender. Royal Street is, of course, we've got Bourbon Royal Charters. Charter Street down there, you can see there's a lot of tourists on Charter Street right now walking around because, as Brittany said, the quarter is loosening up. Traffic is coming back into the quarter, just not Bourbon Street. And I can see people walking in kind of gawking, figuring out what's going on, wanting to see what's going on. And then you look here. So you have tourists on Charters. And then on Bourbon, you have police tape everywhere and FBI forensics experts on scene figuring out what happened. Now let me just take you back to about 6 a.m. We were here in front of Tropical Isle, and a state police trooper noticed what he felt like was a suspicious box of some kind, a suspicious package of some kind. We were told it may have even been an ice chest. He notified NOPD. They cleared the whole area out. They pushed us back a block, and then they called in the bomb squad. And that's when we heard fire in the hole and we heard an explosion. It sounded like a loud firework. It wasn't an explosion, just for context, that shook buildings or reverberated. It really sounded like a firework. Then about 10 minutes later, we heard another officer scream, fire in the hole, and we heard another small explosion. And now they have police tape everywhere, and they are going through it. And you can see, I don't know if you can see their feet, the two on the corner right there. They're wearing the booties, obviously, to the protective footwear so they don't don't trample or step on the scene with those blue coverings on their feet right now as the FBI goes through a scene that may be connected to the suspect and to what happened in the 100 block of Bourbon Street earlier today. And you can see the bags that they're taking out right now, obviously some type of evidence, but the FBI, a heavy presence right now as they go through this scene, which they assume through their investigation may be connected to what happened with the suspect and some of the devices that he may have left throughout the quarter. Also, I'll point out that we don't see the foot traffic of the police. Right after they found that first suspicious package at about 6 a.m., they had massive numbers of NOPD officers with gloves, flashlights, going through every trash can in the quarter, looking under every car in the quarter to see if they could find any more suspicious devices. I haven't heard of any. I haven't heard any more pops or explosions, but we did have 2 here in front of Tropical Isle. Also, a lot of employees, remember this is such a busy tourism day for us, have been trying to get to the bars and the restaurants on Bourbon Street to find out that these businesses are all closed today. Many in the quarter are closed because they can't open because of this ongoing situation that is really unprecedented. I know you all have been on set talking about being from this city. A lot of us on set and in the field have worked in this market for 20 years and have never seen anything like this. But that's where we are right now as we start 2025, a horrific scene that seems like something out of a movie. Unfortunately, it is not. It is a real-life nightmare right now. Okay.
Okay, come on. Maybe they don't need us for a little while.
o'clock in the morning. I don't know how you was gonna do.
Yes, Chloe, I got you. I got you. Yeah. Let me just. Oh, the Sugar Bowl's been postponed. Okay. Tomorrow. Yeah, just to follow up on that for some perspective, because I keep alluding to the fact that the three of us have been at WDSU either just under or just over 20 years, and we're all born and raised in the city. The last time that the Sugar Bowl was postponed or moved, Hurricane Katrina, they had to play the Sugar Bowl that year in Atlanta, Georgia, because the Superdome was under construction following what happened during August of 2005. So this would be truly unprecedented, or not completely unprecedented, but unprecedented for the first time in 2 decades since Hurricane Katrina devastated the Superdome and it was under construction. So obviously what you all are reporting is accurate, which I believe it is. It seems like the prudent thing to do and the smart thing to do out of an abundance of caution. It's a college football playoff game, Notre Dame versus Georgia. There's no reason they can't play it tomorrow and then regroup next week because of what happened here in the city. And I know that more details will come out, but the 91st Sugar Bowl, if it is moved to tomorrow, that would be the first time it's been postponed or moved in some way since Hurricane Katrina almost 20 years ago in 2005. As for what's happening here right now in the French Quarter, I'm going to step out of the way. You're going to get a live look at Bourbon Street. Things have subsided here. I will tell you that. We've been here since 5 a.m. this morning, and we have seen it all. We were in front of Tropical R right now. If people need a landmark, that's the landmark. Bourbon in Orleans, right in front of Tropical Isle. That's where all this police tape is. We were doing live shots from here showing you towards the 100 block where all of the horrific crimes happened earlier today in the heavy police presence. Well, then a Louisiana State trooper got a tip that there was a suspicious package. Since put police tape up everywhere, and Bourbon Street is still locked down, but the streets around Bourbon Street are open, and there is more foot traffic here and more car traffic in this area. That's okay, it's good.
That woman's a lifesaver.
Yes, Chloe, I hear you. Yes. Okay, no problem.
They're doing an interview right now.
It'll basically be the same thing I've been doing, but yes, no problem.
Reese, mine's that. I'm here for you.
Yeah, it's cool. When we're done, you're fine.
When we're done, Chris, get you through the lens.
Working.
What you've seen.
Chris, how many blocks you been on today? All the way down?
Yeah.
All right, Cage.
Yeah. It's a weird one. It's hard to get a decent angle on it.
Yeah, we do, and I'm going to put somebody on the spot here. This is Chris Granger. He's a professional photographer. I know, I'm sorry. You're one of the best. Look, he really is. He's a gifted photographer. You've covered a lot of things around the world. Do you ever remember something like this? You and I have both lived here a long time. You were here for Katrina. You've covered everything. I'm so sorry to put you on the spot, but I know you're here taking pictures to send to the world. Can you remember anything like this? I can't.
No, not at all. I've walked maybe 12,000 steps around the quarter today alone, and I'm seeing a lot of sad faces. I met somebody who lost his friend. He's from Mississippi, and he knew the girl from there, and it really broke my heart after years of covering crime and murder. This one really touched everybody. I'm at a loss for words.
It's tough, and I know we become desensitized to it sometimes because you've covered crime scenes before. But when you see the FBI in the heart of the French Quarter, knowing what this was, it just hits a little different. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this hits home. And my phone's been blowing up all day with people from around the world trying to find out if we're okay and what's happening. And it makes me sad for the city, for the country, for all of us that this kind of thing happens. I don't know where we go from here. We just got to clean up the scene and try to get back on our feet.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree. I agree. I'm so sorry to put you on the spot,
No,
too.
that's
I'll
all
let
right.
you do your job now and get out of the way. Also, Stefan Cage, our photojournalist who's behind the camera, is going to get some video of you for you. And this is obviously, you know, the most iconic building in our city, the St. Louis Cathedral, something we all celebrate and cherish and love as an iconic landmark. And then you have the crime scene tape right here on Bourbon Street, right in front of the Tropical Isle. There's FBI forensics units out here. And the reason they're all here is because at about 6 a.m. this morning, a state police trooper discovered what he felt like was an unusual package, and we're told it may have even been an ice chest. So they sent out the NOPD special unit, and we believe they detonated it because we heard, or at least they did a controlled detonation to make sure it was nothing that could have been more extreme. And when I say they detonated it, I want to be very clear because we keep saying that this wasn't like a reverberating boom where buildings shook. It sounded more like a firecracker. We heard, you know, someone with the NOPD say fire in the hole, and then there was a firecracker type sound. That happened twice. They now have a drone that the FBI is flying over the scene here right now. They have been out here gathering evidence because we believe it is obviously part of their bigger investigation into what happened in the 100 block. But as you just heard Chris Granger say, a lot of people that we're talking about, look, we live here. We understand that sometimes New Orleans can be beautifully messy, the beauty, but we deal with crime issues and we deal with things in the city that other cities don't. But this one is a little different. This is, you know, the trauma of this one is more intense, and the ripple effects are real. I know you all have been reporting that the Sugar Bowl is going to be postponed, and in the victims, and this really is a truly awful scene, an awful way to start 2025. But that is what it looks like here right now. Other parts of the quarter are open. Again, I keep saying you can see past the crime tape to Royal Street, and Royal Street actually has an abundance of tourists, and it's a beautiful day, and people are getting out of their hotels, finding out what's going on and wondering what's going on and asking questions right now. But there's a drone in the air. I don't know if Stefan can see that. Look, right above the building. Oh, it's going out of frame right now. And that's actually an FBI drone that they are flying over the scene right now, gathering more evidence into this grand scale investigation.
Right, right. No,
just silly, whatever, you know.
No, but thank you. Like I said, he and I have been thinking, they want to be shot for all the interviews and stuff. They take, so we're just kind of locked in here.
Yeah.
Inside.
That made some sense.
I know it's fine. That's what everybody's saying about how tragic it is.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it was great. And I apologize for doing that. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do it.
Well, I guess if you would have asked me, I'd be like, so maybe you just jump in.
Yeah. So,
oh my gosh, I'm glad I didn't say anything stupid.
No, it was fine. It was fine. So,
I've already got, no, like right away, somebody texted me like a photo. I'm like,
you're like,
sorry, doing me a lifetime of beer, whiskey, or wine, or coffee. So you definitely postponed again, right?
Supposedly, Randy Russo said it, so I hope she's right. They're about to have a press conference at 1, so I can look at that.
NOPD headquarters.
NOPD headquarters. Governor, mayor, FBI, superintendent. So at 1 o'clock we're supposed to.
Oh boy,
yeah. I only get it.
Yeah, I just hope I did. I'm so used to, you know how it is. You live your life behind the camera.
Right.
You're like,
It's
oh, yeah,
like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So,
you in the armchair warrior. Like, I would have said this or that. Like, nope.
and I was just gonna do my number, but then you were here, and I'm like, dude, you've seen everything here. You know what I mean? Like, why don't you just ask somebody something? You know?
Yeah.
So.
No, that's fine. That made sense.
Well, I just hope that they actually postpone, since I put out there that they're postponing the
Were
Sugar
you
Bowl.
supposed to be at the game?
Well, yeah. But
I mean, are you gonna go? Are y'all gonna go? you have to go outside of cover it, no? Or have somebody over there, like just roaming around the dome.
Well, Kendall and Sharif are going to do that. Now, I've been. They call me in. I came in.
Yeah, what time did you start?
I got a call like at 4:30 in the morning to come in because of what was going on. I actually called looking for my brother because they wanted him to come in and anchor, and then they were like, "Hey, can you come in too? We're calling everybody." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine. I'm coming."
Yeah, it's supposed to be off today as well.
I know.
So one of my coworkers said you could still skip bodies. I'm like, oh, where are you?
They did say 4 bodies were still here. I don't know if that's because of close proximity to the truck or. Look, been here 5 years. Ain't seen myself yet.
Still waiting on one.
Yep. Hold on real quick. Hello.
Felt bad putting them on the spot, but we actually saying the same stuff over and over.
That was great.
So.
It's pretty much slowed down now.
Yeah, I mean, well now, when we got out here, we were out here and we found a suspicious package here, and they got it blocked off. Now, it's just broken. You can see it like Royal. You can walk around. I don't know how it was. There's even a lot of in here for hours.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
because if we leave, we're not getting back in,
Yeah.
Like, so, yeah.
So I just offered it.
Yeah, well, dude, so this woman right here was
Yeah.
like, dude, she was like, oh, you can read this my car. I'm like, yeah. She gave me coffee, toast, and apples.
Man,
and I was
what
like,
a
dude,
life.
it really didn't know that. Because no what. I woke up, dude, I stayed up till like 1:30 last night getting like just like the little things, just getting like some champagne and everything like that. Point that I'm like, Ronnie calls me at 4:30, going, dude, your brother has to come in with a red light. I'm like, what? And so I tried to call him, and then she goes, you know what? I'm gonna call it out. I'm like, yeah, I'll do my best, So.
Yeah, I was like, when I woke up this morning, I saw a mass pepper event. I went, oh shit, for like New Orleans, put that alert out. It's got to be a real thing.
Yeah.
But it's that day off.
Dude, this has been crazy. I'm gonna go walk and see if I can buy us. I'll call you. You got your phone?
Yeah.
I'll call you. What do you want? Anything? You know what, motherfucker? Oh, you know what? I gotta find some place that has Apple Pay. I didn't bring my wallet this morning. So, no, I got it.
At least $20.
I'll find a place that takes Apple Pay. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
You want to take some cash? I got like $20.
So I'm not.
Fine.
Is there anything you want? I'll call you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing. I'm not.
Yeah, at this point.
Black coffee. Toast and an apple. Can I be picky? I forgot to starving.
Just give me something raw, vegan.
I know, right? Make sure it's gluten free.
Anything that's got any flavor, I don't want it. Thank you. Appreciate your help, man. Yeah, they called. They found me, so appreciate your help.
Not right now. Not yet. For sure.
How long is it? I was going to work. St. Louis and Royal.
St. Louis and Royal?
Maybe 2-3 hours.
All right, can't come back in a minute.
Okay.
here today and for your patience. First, I want to acknowledge the victims of today's horrific attack. The FBI and our partners are working diligently to investigate and find answers on behalf of the victims, the citizens and residents of Louisiana, and everyone visiting the city. I'm going to provide you some facts and information about what we do know. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers. So this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer at this time. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Samsud Dim Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI's Agent Bomb Technology, as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. I believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Samsud Dim Jabbar in the last 72 hours. Asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures to provide it to the FBI. We have set up a digital tip line as well as our 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statement or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts. I will now turn over to Mayor Cancel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible. But as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we're taking every necessary step to put, even given the nature of the investigation, I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want to thank this unified team. We're leaning in. We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will. I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers. New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister mayors across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans and what they all, I will say, second to none. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor, and as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support, and standing right here with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the Mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and to solve this act. You know, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the two New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line, but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address it. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected. Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I have also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans Police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we are doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff with the Super Bowl. Jeff Dunley.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the College Football Playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame, all parties, and all agree that it's in the best interest of public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy.
I wish I understood better why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. I am, if this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation. Our state troopers, our local police departments, our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. The federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you to tell us yet anything that's going to interfere with your investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth, and the people of New Orleans the truth, and the people of America the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours. There's just too much stuff we don't know, and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this: I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible, or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Congressman Carter, I think.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a yeoman's job, for stepping up at a time when we needed you most, for employing the resources of all of our partners. This is all hands on deck, from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning. Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The President has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors. To our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together. To our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans, it can happen anywhere. We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work together. We don't point fingers. We don't blame. We go after the bad guys. Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice, we will find you. We will bring you to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events, Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival. You name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those 2 officers who've been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making you come to, in Louisiana, that you will be safe, and we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Thank you, Congressman. Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families of the victims. Parents got a phone call last night, early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time, hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people did not come home safe and in the hospital So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the City of New Orleans, to the District Attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the Governor's Office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the City of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor and Madam Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My title, official title, is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the Chief of Police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay. We have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you. And I promise, as the Chief of Police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless. Thank you.
Thank you. In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter. I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else. That fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were saying, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking to Congressman Carter, an FBI acting director, and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Weiss with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who wants to answer that? Yeah.
I can speak to it, because unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharged, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing you with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel.
At this time, do you know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state, and their ages maybe?
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure that first that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information out there. So once the families are all notified, then we'll go ahead and release a statement to everyone.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospitals, if we could just refrain from worrying about them so their loved ones can take care of them, and the medical personnel that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, we want to respect the privacy of those who are still either fighting for their lives or being cared for. Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects, and right now with the FBI, we do not want to rule anything out, so that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject Jabbar in the last 72 hours, provide us with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something like that? Tell me who you're with.
WDSU.
WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
NBC's over here on the right.
Oh, that's an unusual position.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Look, the FBI is not going to be able to answer those questions, okay? They will eventually, I promise you, okay? Once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that, or I'm going to raise fresh hell. But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while.
26.
Yeah, I had a question about the victims. I know that there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot, and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kennedy. There's a lot of, I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing the city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can, but at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to just have more of the same as the governor just said, we're going to provide that information, but we're going to wrap the press conference now.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Let me finish. You weren't listening. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide that information. And if you have a quick different question, then let's do that quickly and move on. Okay.
My question. Hold on, Senator. It's in an orderly fashion.
You say there are multiple.
Ma'am.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Then who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. You said you are confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident in that?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, that's, I mean, look, again, we want to answer pertinent questions. But anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something, too. We're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down, and we're securing the city, too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
They're over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, yeah, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me, okay? And that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon Street. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued from Mardi Gras beads on down, the way that they were intended to do. Because the city of New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year, it gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department and Chief, you can speak to the deployment to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunctioned. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out, so we knew that these were malfunctioned. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
A follow-up, if I
Yeah,
may.
let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl in Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, Sugar Bowl postponed till tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene. And the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up.
Olivia Vidal with Fox 8. Can we ask about this military police presence that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our National Guard. These are our citizens that we're bringing in. It's a military police company that we recognize we need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kirsch with NBC News. Thank you for holding the press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. You were just talking about bollards that are being repaired. Talked about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is yes.
That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement.
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballasts have been. We had that. We knew. So we did have it. And like I said, in this particular case, terrorists just went all the way around up onto the sidewalk.
And for the lift gate, what about for the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that lift gate area, or was that just down and open? Because that's what we heard from witnesses.
Captain, the reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain LaJean Roberts of the 8th District. Yes, we did have a vehicle strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security that was already in place on Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Yes, of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist drove onto the sidewalk behind the police car to gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
So if you're worried about someone ever driving down Bourbon Street, why weren't you worried about someone driving up the sidewalk in the same way, or at least bracing for you the same way for all these years?
All right, look. We could go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
That's
bollards
right.
on some
But all right.
sidewalks, so that's, I'm
Right.
just asking
Hold
why.
on a second. We gotta move on. Chelsea, go ahead.
Just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can.
Yeah, Chelsea Grayson with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The 2 IEDs, they were in different locations, and what we've done in conjunction with our local and state partners, we've gone through and done a sweep to identify anything that we thought was suspicious, and we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us. That way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial
Yes, I'm going to thank you,
press conference.
Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan, and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow. So that's a part of that safety plan, and we've already been implementing it.
Okay, thank you all for coming out.
Question back here for the governor on the MPs. How many MPs will be deployed to New Orleans?
Right now, there's I think it's a General Freelo, 100?
100.
100, and, yeah. All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe, right?
I'm going to be there.
Yes, but you're also saying you're making improvements, sir. Yeah, we're going to be there. You're a bodyguard.
It's all good. I yield to the same thing.
It's harder for y'all.
You want some cool water? We have some in our office.
How are you?
Reese, good job.
The Mandeville Street response, is there any information on that? No? Do you know if this is dated?
I have
no idea.
Yep.
Sorry. Deborah.
Hey, Deborah. Reese. Yes.
So we got and then interested in no live. I'm looking around at 5:30.